Hello, 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 hello. So, today we will be continuing the EMS hunt and the from quite some time ago the surfing hunt indeed on Brooklet Hill. Doing that indeed. Mhm. 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 Funny, I didn't change too much for today, indeed. Do some little things, but nothing too much. Yeah, we're here because of the fact that there is your masks and stuff there, so they might be wandering into me, so I did go to this. The only thing that I really did do is that I did go ahead and Not running. I don't know why you're causing me this much trouble. The rubber band should be. It has been working before, and now it's just. I did test it, and then apparently it stopped working. I guess that might work. Just I don't have that much space. Try to be laying down the BDS in. Oh, it's not gonna be staying. Weird thing because it was working. It's the way that I've always rubber banded down the B button. Yeah, it's not wanting to be keeping the B pressed down. Problem is I don't have anything bigger to be putting there. I guess I will be getting a new rubber band. This one is not working. It was working before I started. How are you doing, Artura? Hope you're having a good day. Nice. There we go. Don't know what was wrong with that, but now it's fixed. Yeah, the only thing that I did do indeed was that I did switch the switches time a little bit later so I can be hunting here at night. Didn't do anything else. You're getting your payday at the end of the month, I see. Nice. It's so stupid how much it can actually be changing, like at what point of the month you get paid. I mean, most places are fine with it if you explain to them that, you know, you can't be getting more money until this point. But it's still kind of a pain to be like saying that, hey, I don't get paid until this date, that is 2 days later. hopefully I always had a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. Indeed. Just a usual day. Yeah. In here it's very inconsistent, like when is the day? I mean, most of the time, if you would really like to, you could be talking with the company and they could be getting it, so it's gonna be like moved, but most people can't be bothered with that. I feel like one of the only things that is consistently at like beginning of the month is like French. Your phone/internet bills can be to any point. Then, you know, it really depends, because some businesses, they do be counting, like, if it's a weekend, they will be pushing it to the next weekday. It's so inconsistent, it's insane. Yeah. In here, as I said, you can mostly be choosing, but sometimes it's annoying with certain companies, so you don't want to be bothering with it. Actually, our rent due day is the 5th of the month, because it's so unlikely that there would be 5 days in the beginning of the month that, you know, you wouldn't be able to be getting money from places. Because most be only be, you know, giving money if it's a bank work day. So the 5th is good for that, because it's so unlikely that there would be 5 days in a row that there wouldn't be anything. But it depends. Technically, if it's like a weekend or something, companies mostly are like okay that you don't pay it until the next like weekday, because there needs to be like certain amount of time that, you know, there needs to be wiggle room, because you never know what happens. Sometimes it just takes a while for the money to be going through and stuff. There is some places though that they are not doing that. So yeah. There are some places that don't do that indeed. But it is what it is. But I will say that much that like for me it doesn't really help that I would be having like every single bill to be like selected to be at the specific time of the month, because the unfortunate part is that right now where I get my money from, I be getting money after like 28 days. So like it depends a little bit like when I get money. I don't have like a set day, unfortunately. I would absolutely love if I would be having, but don't have a choice. Unfortunately. Yeah. I think in here you need, if you're like getting like, you know, salary, I'm pretty sure you need to be having a bank account for the reason that, you know, it can be tracked. I could be wrong though, but I'm pretty sure it's the case indeed. What do I do be? What do you be? Yeah, I don't think that I have ever seen anyone be using checks in here. I don't think I have ever seen checks. I think the only way that I have been ever seeing checks is in like movies and stuff. Okay. And honestly, I don't even want you. I know that they are a fancy thing, I suppose, but they are kind of old school to me. And nowadays, I don't even know if I would be willing to be. I don't know if I would be willing to be checking it in, because so many scams surrounding them. But yeah, I don't know. It's funny to be seeing, are they gonna be getting rid of them or not? Because at least in here we are trying to be getting rid of like cash overall, because, you know, saving the environment and stuff. Which is a good thing. I will say that one thing I hope that I never need to be going to is to be using my phone as the payment method. I don't want that. I know it's safe and everything, but I don't know, feels wrong. Partially it could be because my parents were yelling me if I didn't do anything with my phone. Like back in the day when they were costing a lot to be doing anything with your phone. Because, you know, we didn't have plans that you have unlimited, you know, calls, texts, and whatever things. And nowadays it's pretty much like guaranteed that you have them, at least in here. The only exception is if you have prepaid, but it works differently anyways. And it's so unlikely that anyone would be using prepaid in here. So, that's good, I suppose. Also, at least in here, there is a thing that if you get a call from like certain numbers, you know already that they are prepaid phones. I guess you can be telling by the, like, you know, numbers. Which is kind of cool. Yeah, I don't really understand, especially nowadays. I mean, surely it's expensive if you don't use it, but like a regular phone plan, but I feel like it's too gimmicky. I mean, I don't need to be calling anyone, and I don't like to be talking over the phone that much. Pretty much the only person that I will be calling over the phone is my grandma. Because I don't like to be talking on the phone. Just not my thing. But yeah. And the thing is as well that like getting a prepaid for a kid so they don't overuse, you know, the data or whatever thing, even though as I said it's pretty much in every plan in here it's unlimited, in quotes. There is a certain gap, but it's so unlikely that they're gonna be reaching it. There is, you know, tools that you can be using to do that and not be paying any extra. You know? It's either provided by the phone company or then, you know, you can be just installing apps and stuff. And I feel like nowadays as well, I don't think that too many people use regular text messages as much. Because most of the time, if I do be getting a regular old text message, it's from a company. Because what I use is WhatsApp. Because why wouldn't I be using that? No. Yeah, I just don't really like to be using regular text messages as much anymore. I use them if I need to, but I don't like them. They're always like so buggy. If you don't have good enough connection, it might not be sending and resending. It might be double sending it so many times. But yeah, it is what it is. I will say though, you know, applying the jobs and stuff, and then they say that, you know, they are gonna be contacting me over the phone if I get selected and move on. Stuff along those lines instead. I hope they send a text message afterwards because, you know, first of all, I don't like to be answering random phone numbers. Second thing is that what if I'm busy and I can't be answering? That's why I like that I did get a call from a company and then they like 5 to 10 minutes before they did send a text message that they're gonna be calling. Even though I will say that much that that company specifically has like a special like... It doesn't display the number, it displays like the company name when they are calling. So they didn't really need you, but it's nice though. It's very nice indeed. Rude. What do? It do be what it do be indeed. I don't even remember. Like, I was like born in an age that fax machines were still used quite normally. I don't remember, did we ever have one? I mean, it's unlikely that you would be using it, of course, or I would have been using it. I know that for sure I haven't used one when I was a kid. I might have been trying to be, like, for funsies using it when I was, like, a teenager. I don't remember. The thing is, because I know that, like, especially the, like, even though fax machines, they are still used, like, back in the day, like, the kind of the latest ones, they looked like quite a bit like certain printers. So, yeah. I don't remember. I do remember for a brief moment we did have like a rotary phone or a landline, whatever my thing. One of those things. And it's so like impressive how much they are still being used even nowadays. I mean, of course, like if you're building a house now, you're not gonna be getting that phone line there. But in so many houses, it's a thing. And in some places, that's actually where you get your internet connection from. Because it's easier to be converting that to be doing it than to be ripping the entire building and putting a wire. And we do be getting our internet from satellite. Again, with the situation of living in an old house. I mean, if it works, it works. It's not always the best, I will say that much. It's not really the fault of the satellite or anything, it's the fault of the house being old. And you know, technology doesn't last forever, unfortunately. And also since it's more of the problem that the connections are getting faster and faster and the old things can be really keeping up. So yeah, it is what it is. And also I feel like in a newer house as well, not every single apartment would be like connected to into like one cable. I mean, not necessarily all the apartments in here, but if you are living in a staircase, what we call them in here, then you'll be having shared one wire between all of you. But yeah, it is what it is. It's gonna be interesting to be seeing when this building is gonna be destroyed, because it doesn't necessarily have like a mandatory reason, like there isn't anything wrong with the building itself. At least we haven't found anything, you know? It's always a thing that there could be, but it's not found. But yeah, it's more of the thing that, you know, this should be taken down and rebuilt, but I have talked about it before that it's a problem. There is the hill nearby, and it's a no-no area because of the flying squirrels, indeed. But I will still say that I have never even seen one. I know they are, you know, active at nighttime, but still. I've never seen one, indeed. We did see a bat last night, though. Not like near our house or anything, it was flying like across a highway, I suppose. But yeah, it was certainly something. Was certainly something indeed. I guess still a thing, but it's gonna be quite sad to be seeing the older school phones to be gone. Because I know that at some point they are gonna be gone. But then again, they have like a good usage because like if you only need to be calling people and maybe text, then you know you don't need to be having a smartphone. It's just this indeed a completely unnecessary thing to be having. The thing is as well, because I didn't use that much phone when we did have them, because we did have them quite a while when I was a kid. It's just we kind of weren't allowed to be using them and stuff along those lines. You know, back in the day you can't be having a phone in school without a special permission. Nowadays, you need to be having a phone in school. Yeah, when I was growing up, indeed. If you did have a phone and you were in school, you could be getting in trouble and the phone could be taken away from you. The only times when it was so loud when your parents did send a message to the teacher and you know, there was a reason that there was like a doctor's appointment or something like that and they would be picking you up. But things change. It would be quite interesting to be seeing if they do it anymore in schools, like when I did move to 7th grade. That you could be having your phones in school, but if you use them during the class, the phone would be taken away from you. I wonder if they still do that. I mean, I suppose most likely. Because, you know, they want you to be concentrated on the class. Or more importantly, that you are not messing up with someone else's, you know, learning experience. Like, that was honestly the more important part. That you need to be letting someone else to be studying. It's a very interesting first message. Good morning, EEST, how are you doing? Yeah, unfortunately, there is quite a good amount of people that are saying that money goes to charity and then it doesn't go. That's the second story, not too. The second story, like, not from too. There wasn't like that much time between the first one and this one that someone has been banned from somewhere. Interesting that they are getting in. I mean, I haven't personally been hearing about a person like that in a long time indeed. But I suppose you can say the name, it doesn't hurt, I suppose. I don't know how much it will be helping. Because if it's viral enough, people already know about it. I have never seen that dude in my entire life. Never appeared on any raids that I have been a part of. I have never seen that name in my... Yeah, I've never seen it. Might have heard of a person, but I have never seen in any raids that I have ever been part in. Funny, unfortunately, there is people like that, and there is nothing that one can do for them. Well, there's like not anything that one person can be doing about them, but maybe someday things get better. No ways hope for that. I mean, not a single person can be doing more. Like, if it's more than one person, then there might be something that can be done. And why would Nintendo specifically be doing anything to this? I don't understand what you're talking about. Yeah, well, they might. They might do something. You never know. But I don't understand what Nintendo could be doing specifically to this. If they're doing it on Twitch, I don't understand what Nintendo could be doing. Sure. Have a great rest of the day then. No, you mask that I did leave behind. It's always interesting to be seeing if the one that you leave behind is gonna be the one. I mean, as I said, I highly doubt that I will be getting another full out in Sword and Shield this month. Because today is most likely the last day, because most likely tomorrow I will be, and on Saturday I will be doing Dynamax Adventures. Indeed. Quite likely indeed. It was a random one. Okay, cool. I will say though that it is kind of hard sometimes be seeing Duskull in this play specifically because of how the lightning works in here, and it is the reason why I want to be playing at nighttime as well. But then again, it's not like I will be seeing that many of them anyways. Don't really try to be doing random encounters, since the one I want is in the visible ones. Indeed. But unfortunately, you can't really be avoiding the random ones. Eventually, you most likely will be getting one. And I suppose like repel could be working. I can't be bothered with that. Can't be bothered with that indeed. Well, but it's interesting to be seeing how some companies are handling some companies are handling the botting and stuff when, like, you know, in games. Because some of them are weirdly, like, fine with it if you are doing them outside of, like, from, like, battle mode or something like that. And I found it quite odd because usually it's either that usually it's not allowed, but sometimes it's fine. Yeah. I found it very interesting that there is indeed companies that are fine if you're doing them like outside of, like, indeed, like, player versus player battles, indeed. Like, I mean, sure. They do what they do, but it's certainly a thing that I never thought would be a thing. And you know, why not? It doesn't... Like, if they allow it, they allow it. I will say that there is certain things that I do be finding quite weird that some companies are allowing in their games, but I mean, they make the rules, so if they are allowing things, they are allowing things. Because I feel like for everything it's the case that if they wouldn't be fine with it, they would be one way or another be getting rid of it. Because I feel like, you know, at this point in time, people would be able to be doing pretty much anything and everything. Even if it would be as simple as, like, forcing an update to be fixing things. What do you... It's interesting. Interesting indeed. But yeah, anyways, an hour has passed indeed, so soonish we're gonna be having a break indeed. The break is as usual around 3 minutes. For which time, as usual, I'll be stopping the hunting, so in the case you're not missing out on anything indeed. In the case indeed. But yeah, I'll be doing like 1 or 2 more encounters. Probably only one in Ultra Sun. I'm gonna try to be getting another one in there, but most likely that's gonna be the last one there before the break, but I should be able to squish in one more in Sword though. But then we leave it there indeed. And we continue after the break is done indeed. I was able to be getting one more there. Nice. There we go. Going soon then. There we go. I've talked about it before how hard it is to be getting why not in the wild, specifically in games. But then again, it's understandable because it's a baby Pokemon. But it's interesting in that the other baby Pokemons, they are becoming more and more easier to be finding in the wild. And why not just... Still deciding not to really be anywhere. But I have also mentioned that, I think at least, that Nacho is another one of those Pokemons. It's not a baby Pokemon, but it's like stupid rare to be finding Nacho in games. For like whatever reason. You could be fighting Satu easier. Because, like, why does it need to be so rare? You know, in... It has like... It is like relatively common before we get to 3DS, but after that it's like stupid rare. I guess it's available in Ruins of Alph in Gen 2. It's available in the Hoenn Safari Zone and Fire Red Leaf Green in Ruin Valley, and then it's a Shadow Pokemon in XD. Then it's a Route Spawn with Swarm specifically on Brilliant Diamond, not Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, but Diamond and Pearl. Platinum as well. Is it again in Ruin Self on Hard Gold Soul Silver, and then in few places if you are using Head Budge. For some reason. I don't mind it, I like that the headbutt trees are used, but it just feels strange. And then, like, one of the only games in such a long time that it's indeed available in is in Black and White Shoe on as a Swarm. Then in the whole Generation 6 it's only breedable. Then in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon specifically it's at Pokepelago and Kala outskirts, specifically at the daytime, which of course limits his possibility. Then in Sword and Shield it honestly is quite nicely be found, but it's such a small Pokemon so it's hard to be seeing from a tall grass. Then it's again, say, Swarm and the Grand Underground thing in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, but you need the National Dex for it. It's like stupid rare. I have talked about it before that it's so stupid rare in Johto games. Because in order to be getting access to Nacho in those games, is that either you use headbutt trees that, you know, are not really easy to be finding and not easy to be, like, finding the right trees and whatever my thing is. But Ruins of Alph, you require Surf, which is insane. And then you would need to be knowing to be knowing. Need to be knowing to be knowing. Yes. You need to be knowing to be going. to a specific cave that doesn't really seem like it's any way, shape, or form apart from its name connected, then you need to be going there from a specific way, so you can be getting into the only small bit of grass that there is. And then if you want to actually be able to capture one, you need to be getting a Pokemon with like mean looks, so it won't be teleporting away if it's not level 24. Because level 24 is the only level that it's available in, at least in Heart Gold Soul Silver, that it doesn't know teleport. Like, why? It sometimes feels like it wants to be a forgotten Pokemon. It's just so stupid to be doing for a small bird. Like, surely it's available in a bunch of games, but at the same time, it's not reasonably available. Most of the time requiring luck for, like, swarms. Or defeating the entire game. I kind of get the day requirement in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, but... it again kind of limits the amount that people will be seeing it. Because I will say that in my opinion it's kind of stupid sometimes Pokemon to be day exclusives, because the way I see it is that people will be, you know, work at school during the daytime, then they have maybe few hours afterwards before it switches to nighttime and such. So it's kind of hard to be getting access to them sometimes. And then if you're playing Ultra Moon, you need to be waiting. And to be waiting until it hits daytime because, you know, reverse. It's just a whole mess. I mean, I will say that, of course, you can be switching the time, it doesn't care about it, so there is your fix. But it's still like, why? Does it need to be so complicated? And I feel like it's so confusing as when you're playing specifically Ultra Moon, if you're playing it during the daytime. That in the intro it's daytime, but when it like actually switches to using the device's time, then it switches to... then it switches to the like nighttime. And then you're like, huh? I mean, I get it that it's supposed to be like that, there is like story elements that make sense, but it's so strange. I mean, at least it's not locking the time of day for the entirety of the story, I suppose. Unlike some other games, for whatever reason. I will say that, like, for, like, Kirakami, I can understand, like, why is it locked for a specific time of day. But for Sword and Shield, there isn't really a reason to be doing so in most situations. Because it doesn't really make too much sense that you're doing this entire gym challenge thing, and then basically the entire time it is daytime when you can be on about, but still you can be getting nighttime evolutions. Do you know, confuse you a little bit more? It's strange. It's strange for sure. Interesting but strange. But yeah, it do be what it do be indeed. Oh, hello, Axie. Whose cry I haven't heard in ages. It's breaking the mold. Oh no. What else? Interestingly enough, next weekend is supposed to be ridiculously hard. And fun thing is that at the beginning of next month there is supposed to be very cold. Like, it was predicted like at the beginning of this month that like a month from then there would be like the entire country would be hitting at least -1 for like a night. So there's gonna be quite an interesting temperature difference if that is actually gonna be going on. It is indeed. But yeah, basically for like 1 weekend we're gonna be reaching back to like summer temperatures in here. 28 Celsius. On the plus side, of course. And then it's supposed to be going to -1. Somehow. Well, it is certainly gonna be interesting to see. Like, it's interesting to be seeing this. This thing called Sunset Chime. Well, hopefully it looks better when it's for nighttime. It should be. It looks fine and like completely nighttime. Not really played it during like sunset time. This wasn't able to be doing it on Monday because wasn't feeling that good. It need to be ending soon. Soon after I started it, indeed. Yeah, mask that is. Was still pretty decent amount of hunting though. Always happy with the amount of progress, indeed. Yeah, I still don't really have a target in mind in Brooklet Hill, but maybe the one that I want the most is Stupiter. I'm fine with anything though. And unfortunately Stupiter, as always, is only at nighttime and daytime a possibility. Then it switches to Surskid when it's nighttime. We do be doing that indeed. Oh, come on. Rude. What do you? Almost 200 checks in Brooklet Hill in like 1.5 hours. That's not too bad. Been pretty good in there, considering that I did indeed be having technical difficulties of the B button not wanting to be getting pressed down. So pretty nice. And almost 200 checks in that time in Sword. I'm not too surprised that it's like that though. I'm not too surprised at all. Unfortunately, it is quite slow in, like, at the current time that I'm in the game in Ultra Sun to be getting fast encounters. As I said, if I would be having Sharpedo as the right Pokemon, it would be faster and... or at least I'm assuming that it's faster. And, you know, if I would be indeed, like, in other ways in a better situation. Oh, come on. Hello, Axio. Didn't mean to run into you. I should have still, though, my Illuminate Pokemon in front, so, you know, that helps out. One knockdown Pokemon, so that should be my Illuminate Pokemon. Yeah, it do be. So if that helping to be getting more encounters. Because it should be working even though it's knocked down when it's in the first slot of the party. Even though when you're looking at your party menu, when your Pokemon has been knocked down, it's in the last option if it's the first option. Interestingly enough. I don't know, Doobie, what it do be indeed. Hey, this attack trio. I hate, like, I wish that there would be more visual differences between Trapinch and Duck Trio. I mean, again, it would probably be helping out if there wouldn't be this tall of a grass, but where else they would be hiding in? You know, in the plain side, like in Paldea. Nah, couldn't be. There we go. Nice. Oh, rude. I want to be getting, yeah. Oh, come on. I can't see where the ledge ends their game. It's like there would be grass blocking my vision or something. Today's plan is maybe to be getting into 3K in Brooklet Hill. Be quite nice to be able to hit that, but if we don't, it's not the end of the world, of course. We still can do decent amount of progress no matter what. And of course there is always an option that Shiny will be always be ruining it. Indeed. Speaking sometimes. There we go, buddy. It is what it is. Oh, that's just Trapinch. It is noticeable enough, but if you're just seeing it a little bit and you want to be getting a confirmation for your brain, then it's hard to be seeing. And I'd rather be sure, considering that Trapinch is 1%. And that's the reason why I encounter it. I guess both the Helioptile and Maractus are encountered because it's most likely the only easy way for me, at least right now, be encountering both of them. I mean, Maractus I can be finding in Dynamax Adventures, but always a wild one is funnier. You'll be loving to be finding them in the wild indeed. And for Helioptile, as I said, there isn't too many options. It was in every generation before Scarlet and Violet. But they could be and most likely are gonna be in Legends CA though. Because they were available in Generation 6, Generation 7 at least in the Ultra Wormholes. Generation 9 well here, Generation 9, Generation 8 in here, but I'm assuming that they will be in Generation 9 in Legends ZA. Would be kind of cool if Heliolisk would be getting a Mega Evolution. I can imagine that. You could be having like even more of like a solar power situation going on. Because I will say that if, or most likely when, we're gonna be getting more Mega Evolutions with the Legends ZA, Kalos Pokemon needs to be getting them. Some other generations can be getting them as well. I don't mind it, but Kalos definitely needs them. Talked about before how stupid it is. It was introduced and there was new Pokemons added and none of them got them. Apart from one, I suppose. And it's not like it's easy to be finding one. I'm fine with the Pokemon be getting it, it's just like I just don't understand why it needs to be the only one. You know? But maybe Legends ZA will be making it make more sense to me. Like Kalos Pokemons didn't get that many Mega Evolutions indeed. And the thing is this as well, because it's a mythical that did get it. That usually mythicals, at least like people of the Pokemon fans indeed, they think that mostly the mythicals are more close to the like another generation or another like region instead of the one that it's introduced in, which works for some but not for everything. And you know, it's fair enough. Because there's definitely situations that some of the mythicals are definitely more tied to their region than others. Let's check out one thing. Alright, good. Moving on to more. Actually, it might be this way. Hello, Colmigata, how are you doing? I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. You found another shiny? What part of the Pokédex are they in? Well, it is. Well, have you considered be taking a nap, maybe? Where is Helioptile and Heliolisk in the Pokédex? I'm gonna sort by A to Z. I guess it's getting annoying. There we go. I was just wanting to see how many. Oh, it's 2 knocked down. Oh, by number. There we go. Exactly. There we go. I was wondering like what number they were on there because it was. I have not captured one, but I have defeated 2. Maybe. Always a possibility. Yeah. I haven't hunted that many like full odds legendaries. Or at least charm wise, you know, not DA ones. But I don't think that any of the ones that I have hunted that I have completed have been going over odds. I mean, nice to be taking breaks for months, indeed. If it do be indeed be needed. I was not even in the grass game. What yeah? Because if I remember correctly, the only random soft reset random one, I suppose, because not everything is soft resettable. Or you can be doing something else than soft resets. I think the only one that I've done is Dialga, and it was under odds. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I suppose if anyone is interested in Shiny Shashian specifically, it is available next month in Pokemon Go. I don't remember the exact time window, but it gets there. I mean, I will still say that for me, I don't like really that much of shiny Sashian and Zamazenta. I just find them boring because they are just pink and blue, basically. Fine, but no. If I have time, I will be hunting for them, but I don't know. This next month is interesting anyways. In Pokemon Go there is like the funny big Pokemons appearing in the places and stuff. So that's nice indeed. And it's kind of interesting going to be seeing since, you know, Dynamaxing, Gigantamaxing is a thing now in Pokemon Go. Is it gonna be a thing that we're gonna be getting also terrestrializing there? I don't know. It sounds odd, but I suppose if they can be making it work, they can be making it work. Easy as said. But yeah, interesting. I would have personally been fine if Pokemon Go would have just be having... If Pokemon Go would have just be having the Megas there, but I don't mind it. I suppose. It's not like I would be using them too much anyways, I don't really care that much, but we'll see. Maybe randomly I get interested and will be using them a bunch. Yeah. I mean, at least they are adding Gen 8 Pokemon still. Because I was like, no Gen 8 Pokemons before, like now. And now it's kind of guaranteed that they're gonna be adding more. But yeah, it's interesting. It's also interesting gonna be seeing, are they gonna be just including the Gigantamax versions of them, or are they allowing every Pokemon to be going Dynamax? I'm assuming that it's just Gigantamax. I could be wrong though, I haven't read that much about it. But I like that Gen 8 is finally going into the game. Specifically Galar. Because they, like, it's insane, like, how many Gen 9 Pokemons there already is. And to be fair, it's not like Pokemon Go wasn't a thing when Sword and Shield had come out, you know? But I suppose I'm fine with it if they wanted to be waiting until they figured out how to be doing like Dynamaxing, Gigantamaxing to the game. But I don't feel like it's too necessary. But yeah. I feel like soon Pokemon Go is gonna be going for me into the thing that it has too many like special things. It has Megas, it might be having Gigantamax Pokemon, it has Shadow Pokemons. Like, for me, it might be like feeling like there's too much. I mean, it's nice, I suppose, to be able to be using like all the chance like features in like tournaments and stuff, but eh. But then again, it's the thing that I just don't use them. It's just at the same time it is getting for me kind of overwhelming. I don't like if games have too many features. And if I'm forced to be using every single one of them, you know. Most of the time you don't need to be using everything. But some in the games that you need to be using every single complicated thing. Why? Especially if the game doesn't, like, when you first purchase it, doesn't feel like it would be that kind of a game, you know? And I will say one thing as well when it comes down to Pokemon Go. I know it doesn't make the most amount of sense. But I would be hoping that you could be evolving into the regional variants. I understand that they are meant to be like special like raid days things and stuff, but like they could be at first, let's say that they are only available through the raid day. But then I feel like after that they should be available as an option. I know it doesn't work like that in main series games, but I feel like Pokemon Go it could be working like that. I know things don't need to be making the most sense. I don't care. I mean, then again, I don't care that much, but it would be nice. Like, imagine if you could be choosing between two Typhlosions, for example. To be fair, I have said that I would like that to be an option in the games as well. And I feel like I have logical enough explanation, and it's because we did have like Rose Incense and stuff along those lines, so you could be getting certain baby Pokemons. So why couldn't we be having that kind of situation, but for regional variants? That if they are like holding on to it when they evolve into the regional variant. Because, like, that could be kind of cool. I guess it has been kind of a thing already, so... I unfortunately highly doubt it, but doesn't make it any less cool and a feature that I wouldn't want. What is the Pokemon that you really want to be shiny? Kind of a silly idea that I don't know, do I want to actually do it, but I can kind of feeling like I could. Is to be hunting for 3 of the surfing Pikachus from, you know, Alola. And then, you know, evolve them into their evolutions. Because I think that should be possible. I don't think that there is a restriction for it not to be able to evolve. It's kind of a stupid thing, but I wouldn't mind it. If it is the case that you can be evolving, then no. But if I can, then definitely I want to be hunting for Pikachu and both Alolan and regular Raichu with Surf. It's tedious though. But definitely worth it. To be like in my tedious hunts, to be fair indeed. It's not like I have plenty of them. The only problem with that, though, in the case that I want to be hunting it more than once, is that I need to be getting a save file into that point at least 2 times. And then if I want to be going for a third time indeed. But it's not that big of a deal. It's annoying for sure, but it's not that big of a deal. It's not like I want to be getting games to that point a few times anyways. It's not the problem of getting my save file like in the place that I can be getting the Pokemon, that's the problem. It's the problem of doing the funny minigame, which I honestly don't mind the surfing minigame. It's fine. It do be fine indeed. Nothing wrong with it indeed. We'll see, we'll see. I wonder how much time it's gonna be requiring if you want to be doing a hunt for every single shiny in the Dynamax Adventures. Including evolutions, if they have any. Wonder how long that will be taking. Probably like good few hours. Oh. Well, that could be. Could be an interesting thing. I mean, it's not like it's too smart to be going for it because there's so many Pokemons and there is definitely better ways to be getting them. But it could be kind of an interesting thing. So there's of course lists that exist for like them and stuff, but then indeed you might be wanting to be hunting something more than once because of the evos. If you want specifically like Jellychen that has like in that kind of a gender difference, if you want to be going for like those, then do you want to only be going for Jellychen or do you want to be going for all of them? I'm not gonna be taking indeed quite some time. I would say that if I would ever be doing that, I would definitely be getting a charm for it. It could be an interesting thing to do, though. Like, because there is surprisingly a lot of Pokemons there. There do be indeed. Even though it always seems like you're getting the same ones over and over again. Gonna get this encounter, maybe something on Ultrasun, then I'll leave it there and we'll be continuing after the break is done. Indeed. It's coming in soon. Oh boy. It's even more than I thought. Be getting going soon, indeed. Let's run away then. There we go. What are you? Apparently, if my math is indeed correct, there is regular, like different kinds of regular Pokemons in Dynamax Adventures. There is a whole 226, which I find to be so insane. I don't know if I did count them correctly, but she's such a bunch. So if you want to be hunting for every single Pokemon there, plus their potential evolutions, it's definitely over 300. Wow. Because there's the legendary and ultra beasts. They are adding a bunch. Adding so much more there indeed. But yeah, definitely, if you want to be hunting for them, there is a lot more indeed. And then if you want to be going the extra mile to be going for the gender differences, then it also adds up even more. So yeah. It would definitely be a long process to be making. And I would feel like at certain point you would be facing quite a bit. And I'm only talking about evolutions in this game, by the way, as well. Because there is Dunsparce and, you know... if I would be doing that, I'm not really willing to be getting a 3-segmented Dunsparce. First of all, even though I think it's possible, I'm not completely sure on it, so I'm not gonna be... testing it out. Like that, at least. So yeah, gonna be interesting indeed. It's a stupid thing, but suppose a cool way to be getting them. I mean, I suppose it's a little bit more manageable than to be getting every single shiny Pokemon as shiny in the regular dance. I feel like it's more in the frame of possibility to be doing that. That would definitely be an interesting project. I mean, to be fair, it's not like people haven't been doing harder, you know, shiny challenges in quotes. Or shiny collections. And you know, numbers are lower, but the encounter rate is usually higher. The only one that I'm not completely sure of, but there is definitely a lot less Pokemons in this category, but I don't know which one is actually faster. To be checking one odd egg or doing one Dynamax adventure. Because if you are doing Dynamax adventures optimally, you get lucky and stuff, it's gonna be taking like 10 minutes. And like, it takes a little bit over 10 minutes to be hatching the odd egg. So yeah. There's definitely a lot less Pokemons, and it is a lot higher odds without eggs. So I feel like overall you most likely will be done. Even if you are doing without eggs, you would be doing evolutions. You most likely will be done faster still. Without eggs. Also, it's soon. 5 PM. Guess we have yellow water. But the thing is though, in Dynamax Adventures, for most Pokemons you would need to only be hunting them twice if you want to be getting them and their evolution. There is at least one that you need to be hunting 3 times, and it's Porygon. I will say though that I like Pokemon for that reason. Before Scarlet and Violet, that it was mostly the case. The higher the odds of finding a shiny in a specific method, the more time consuming or harder it would be to be, you know, doing it. Because another great example is like Ultra Wormholes. There's very limited pool. You need to be doing the minigame every single time. And it's only really worth it if you go very far. So you know, you still need to be doing something. It is the case with Dynamax Adventures still. High odds, but very time consuming for sure. Hard to be losing. Hard to be losing indeed. But yeah, it's interesting nonetheless. And usually, if you have very high odds as well, that is kind of easy to be repeated. It's also an easy way to be messing it up. Or not really an easy way to be messing it up, but an easy way that just something happens and, you know, you need to be starting all over again. For some there is ways to be preventing it, for some unfortunately there aren't. Like, for example, for any of the Poke Radars, they are annoying because they can just randomly decide that, you know, I'm breaking. And you can't unfortunately do anything to that. But then on the other hand, there is like SOS calls that if you know to be using Leba Berry things, then you can be... Then you can be, you know, technically be doing it forever. What do you? The other thing is as well that sometimes if it's like very high odds as well, that there is only very limited amount that you can be checking at once, like in Legends Arceus with massive mass outbreaks and mass outbreaks. There's only very limited pool in there indeed. Limited pool at a time. Which is understandable. Because they are very fast to be doing. If you want to be doing them indeed. Oh yeah, nighttime. Soon. Next encounter should be nighttime. I mean, it is boosted. I'm gonna be checking it out. It will be indeed be boosted, so I'm gonna be checking it out. Like how this place looks indeed when it's nighttime. It looks very brief. Definitely a lot less yellow. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. Hopefully indeed. But as always, remember progress to obey progress, no matter how much, how little it is indeed. Do as much as you can for a time and then continue some other day. Because there's still very few things that would be very much restricted by time, thankfully. Most of the things you can be hunting after they're done indeed. which is very nice. I, by the way, see, speaking of shinies that are only available at certain times, technically, not really, more of a shinies that you have like one shot of getting, is that I have seen ridiculous amount of people be getting a shiny Elekid that has the like the special band thing. Like it's insane how many I have been seeing. I'm pretty sure, you know, it's not a guaranteed one, but... and it would be the most disappointing one to be getting, if you ask me. Yeah, interesting nonetheless, indeed. Speaking of that, I probably will be booting up Pokemon Go soon. See what's going on there. Could be doing it actually now. Alright, yes, as soon as I be getting something on Booklet Hill, indeed. Haven't opened it much today. There's a snowball looking at me, I don't like that. Scary. Snowball indeed. Nice. Oh yeah, today is my 7th streak for things. How close am I? I know that I'm very close to attaching my egg. It then changed. I'll let you on that later then. Nice. Not a boosted one of you guys. There we go. Hello, Axu. Quite a good amount of you guys have been seen today, and you're 5%. So I shouldn't be seeing them that often. Shouldn't be indeed. But you know, my luck be like that indeed. Always seeing rare things. But if you're looking for a rare thing, you always see the wrong one. When you're looking in the Galar Mine Chew specifically for Shuckle, that is a 5%, you get the other 5%, which is Chewdol. And you get disappointed. Also, I feel like Galar Mine Chew would be such... like, so much of a better place if Croagunk or... Scraggy wouldn't be there. Depending on which version of the game you have. It's just so annoying and so rude. So rude indeed. How dares it be like that indeed. Oh, I boosted Yamask. I don't think that Yamask should be that high either in numbers. Like, I have not KO'd that many of them. I think if I remember correctly, I did use them partially to be getting Runerigus. I don't know which Pokemon I want to be using though. Another boosted one, jeez. I don't know what Pokemon I want to be using. Because they're really using the good Pokemon because of course like with these levels, you know, Wild Area is kind of out of a question for some reason. It's like they would be doing too much damage. I think it's like 49 damage. If I remember correctly, let's check out. It is 49 at least. And then go under the thing. Yeah, that was correct. Which is kind of annoying because sometimes you might need to be leveling up a little bit so you'll be getting high enough HP. Also, I feel like one feature that was introduced in Sword and Shield should forever be remaining. Never ever should it be removed, even though it's so rare that you will actually be using it. But it should be forever be a thing, and it's that you can be evolving Pokemons even if they're level 100. That should be a thing. Because how many times you see that thing? Probably like never in that sense, but What if it's a situation that you would like to be evolving a Pokemon you don't want to be using in the internet and you accidentally did level up your dude to level 100 and now you're stuck with the Prevo forever? For that reason, I feel like it should be like always a possibility. And like, does it really hurt? Because it was only ever really an issue for Pokemon that evolve by level up anyways, because it's not like you can be using evolutionary stones or traded when it's level 100. It's only really an issue if you are indeed if you're indeed accidentally leveling up your Pokemon to high level and then you like miss something, like it needs to be daytime, nighttime, your system needs to be upside down in order for it to be evolving, and that can be very glitchy and never works. And I hate that it needs to be on the handheld mode. Because it's just like, imagine you're playing on the couch, you would need to be going ahead and get up. Need to be walking to the TV where most likely your Switch is located in, get it out, evolve. It's such a hassle. It's such a hassle indeed. But anyways, I feel like the evolving while upside down thing should be moved into the thing that it's either you are having your system upside down in handheld mode, or if you are having like a pair of, you know, controllers, either joysticks or joysticks, Joy-Cons or whatever you're using, as long as it has like gyro controls, I feel like that should be possible to be doing with that. Because it would still kind of be implementing the same thing, but it would be easier to be executed. I mean, I suppose it's at least not a thing that you need to be having your system specifically at a 43 angle in order for it to be evolving. I suppose that would be even worse. But yeah. Interesting nonetheless. It's one of those things for me that, like, yes, sure, like, the evolution methods, they are cool, but they are not as cool as they used to be, you know? Like, with the kinds of Malamar in this case, with the upside down thing. Like, it's a cool thing for, like, the first time, but then it is kind of after that. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. But yeah. I feel like some gimmicky evolutions should be changed if they are not easily doable in the games that they are coming in after the first one. As I said, one of those experiences explanations. Examples is the word that I'm looking for, but every other word is coming to mind. One of those best examples is indeed Runerigus. I've talked about it so many times, how stupid the evolution is. It's way too much. And like, it doesn't need to be that complicated, in my opinion. Because the thing is that I understand if this would be just a regular Yamask, then it makes more sense for it needing to be having a specific way it evolves, apart from just the place that it's in, you know. But you know, it's just... If it's like two completely different Pokemons, why does it need to be having such a complicated way to evolve? It just doesn't make the most amount of sense. But yeah, it do be what it do be indeed. Hello, Bullywag. Yeah, one kind of an interesting thing that I have realized that doesn't make the most amount of sense is that since I've been in Galar 2 quite a bit lately, that I find it super... I find it super interesting that even though there would be space for every single one of the Pokemons to be despawning on their own, they have decided to be making it so like every single one of them will be disappearing at once. Like if they are in the same kind of group area, every single one of them will be disappearing at once. They don't need to be doing it by any means, it's not necessary by one bit. But it's interesting nonetheless. Like, why is it a thing? Because there definitely is room to be doing that. They would be counting on their own. But, it is what it is. interesting thing nonetheless. Because it's not like it's the case in too many places in Sword and Shield that everything of the, you know, visible spawns would be disappearing at the same moment. Most of the time you can be like making 1 or 2 to despawn. If you want to be just despawning 1 or 2, but I mean, I appreciate it because like it's making easier to be encountering things there, that you need to be only technically disappearing 1 of them, so all of them will be disappearing. But it's strange. It's very strange indeed. Thanks. I appreciate you being there, buddy. I love encountering Dark Trios. At least Arena Trap doesn't affect me, because I do be a ghost. But yeah, I was talking about before, like Nacho, that, you know, in Ruins of Alph, at least on Gen 4, it basically always is having teleport. It reminds me that it's a very good idea to be checking out how abilities do be working in the generation if you're not too sure, because I did check out. Like, I was like checking, like, does Arena Trap work on teleport? I was checking that out because I was curious. I want to be using Arena Trap instead of Mean Look because then I wouldn't be needing to be worrying did I use it or not, you know. But apparently it doesn't. Even though internet did tell me that it does. It's a good thing that I did check it out. Because otherwise it would be kind of a pain. So yeah. Then I did go ahead and use Me and Look, but unfortunately since I don't have access to Ho-Oh just yet in the game, it's so silver, so I can be getting into the area that would be having higher level Ghastlies. I need to be catching a lower level one and then train it enough so it would be learning the move and would be for sure be faster. Because the good thing is that the Ghastly has speed like as a neutral when it's like nature wise, so even if the Nacho would be speedy, it should be able to outspeed it because the difference is like 10 in the base. So it's highly unlikely that can be outspeeding, you know. But I need to be anyways be evolving it because I needed to be not evolving but level it up because it didn't learn Mean Look yet. So yeah. Be having that. So now everything good, everything nice. Indeed. And that's the thing, because I don't know why is it such a problem sometimes to be like googling things for older Pokemon generations. when it comes down specifically to abilities. That's why I personally like to be double checking. Because I have like quite good knowledge about how things work now. Because I'm used to them. Used to them indeed. But I want to be double checking for older generations. Testing that, you know, Runaway works with Shadow Tag and Arena Trap. I mean, if it works with one, I'm assuming that it works with the other. Then, you know, as I said, with Mean Look, or what I wanted to be using first, Arena Trap. Did check that out. It works. Not the way that I was expecting and I was told, so good thing I checked. But yep. You live, you learn indeed. But I always be suggesting that if you are going for something, I would be suggesting highly to be checking out what its moveset is. I don't think that I have ever had like situations, even if I haven't been checking it out before, that I would be in trouble, but highly suggested still. I mean, there is the case sometimes in Scarlet and Violet, but you know, you can be saving. So it's not that big of a deal. So yeah. It's probably one of the only places for me indeed. But the best way, in my opinion, for some things to be learning is to be making the mistake first. Because then at least, you know, you will be remembering not to do it. You remember indeed. Here we go. Be a mask. Let's go. And this seems like it was quite a bad in quotes reset for these. Seems to be quite a good amount of Doctor Hero straight from the get-go, indeed. What happens, of course. It's just a little unfortunate that there was so many of them. In a little bit over 20 minutes, there is not gonna be any more Yamask to be seen. Yeah, Yamask is gonna be disappearing all of a sudden. In about 20 minutes or so, indeed, there is not gonna be any more two fighters because, you know, nighttime be hitting indeed. Which is still so strange to me that in the Alola games, nighttime hits at 6 PM instead of 8 PM like in most games. Especially if it's based on the real time. It's not that big of a deal though, I don't really care about him. Interesting nonetheless. Interesting indeed. Almost at 600 checks for the Yamask already. It's not just Yamask, of course, because I don't like to just be encountering the one that I'm looking for. As I love to say variety. I find it too boring if I just see one Pokemon. And you know, why not to be getting cool faces on the way there? Oh, it doesn't hurt. Be getting cool faces indeed. Hello, boosted Yamask. But yeah, another hour has soon be passing by, so we're gonna be having soon yet another break indeed. Which is still as usual around 3 minutes. For which time I'll be stopping the hunting in the case I find something so you don't miss out on it. As usual, breaks are good time to be getting something to eat, something to drink, go for a little bit of a walk, or just take a break one way or another indeed. Good to be taking breaks, not pushing yourself too hard indeed. Breaks are important. I've been here for quite some time though. Surprisingly, considering the fact that this spot was the only spot there was anything anyways. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. I have a feeling that we would be out of here soonish. No, most likely it'll be spawning in some other ones on the other one. Indeed. There we go. Unfortunately, it didn't go too far, so I was doubting that there would be anything there. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing again 1 or 2 more encounters, then we are indeed gonna be heading to the break time. Ooh, just Yamask. Let's go. Might be leaving Sword there, try to be getting something on. There we go, throw sun indeed. Nice, I'll continue indeed after the break is done. get the cool zoom ins for the polywags. When it zooms into its head, that is. Not where the game think it is. Poliwag is not that big of a Pokemon. That just zooms into nothing. Oh. Anyway, we'll be getting going soon then indeed. Exciting new event coming soon. It's in like 3 months. Soon. Funny things indeed. There we go. Let's get going then. Yeah, pretty decent indeed with the encounters today. A little bit over 400 on Sword in 3 hours, and in Ultra Sun also like a decent 220-ish. Not too bad. Not too bad by any means. Yeah. Don't know exactly how long, but maybe another 3-ish hours today. Like to say at least 2 more today. As per usual, don't really have anything that I need to be doing, so can be just chilling indeed. And do that indeed. Since they do everything that need to be done yesterday, so can be chilling for a few days indeed. Which is always nice. Just do nice chill shiny hunts indeed. As one be doing indeed. Nice. I'm surprised, by the way, today, because I remember that Ultra Sun hasn't been the nicest with the encounters. I'm surprised how nice it is going. Because, like, getting 100 checks there in like hour and 15, 20 minutes is not that bad. It's not the greatest, but it's not that bad at all. Definitely be taking those. Taking those indeed. Boosted Maractus. The only one that I'm not too sure can be boosted is Trapinch. I think Axew can. I feel like someone would be having Axew. Trapinch is another one that like it just doesn't make that much sense. Also, it's interesting, speaking of Trapinch, why does Trapinch get 3 abilities while its evolutions gets 1? It's so stupid. I understand that they want to be giving, you know, the dudes levitate, but I've talked about it before that it's so stupid that so many levitate Pokemon only have levitate. So they definitely could have been having something else. It's just stupid. Like, I would be fine if, like, Trapinch would be only having 2 abilities, but the thing is that indeed it gets a hidden ability. So, what gives? I guess it's a thing as well, it's not like... It's not like, you know, Vibrava or... who is it? Flygon really needs Levitate. They don't really need it. I mean, sure, it's nice to be having, it doesn't hurt, but... They don't need it. They could be having something else, because it's such a shame that there's so many Pokemons indeed with Levitate that could be having other abilities. Like, could you imagine the Latios, Cresselia to be having other abilities? It would be so nice. I have joked about it time and time again how I feel like every single legendary should be having their signature ability, even if it would be just renaming an already existing ability. I don't care. A trio could be having the same name, same ability situation. I'm fine with that, but I feel like it's just so stupid that they have the same exact name for their ability as regular Pokemons have. But yeah, they should be. They should be. Speaking of legendaries and their abilities, I find it interesting how so many legendaries that did have a hidden ability don't really have it anymore. Because there was only very few ways to be getting them as their hidden ability and it's not available anymore, you know. What gives? At least I will say that much, that at least that made the legendary beasts to be more interesting. Then, you know, it's kind of boring indeed that every single one of them has pressure. So, you know, having their hidden abilities would have been cooler. Even though I will say that much that they don't really help them that much. Because there's so few situations where you would be using the type against, you know, itself. It's like, why would you be using electric against electric? But at least it would be more interesting. I don't care that it doesn't really make sense, but it would be more interesting for sure. Yeah. It is what it is indeed. Like, for Latios and Latias, I can kind of understand why they do be getting Levitate. Like, kind of, you know, making them flying types without being flying types. But for Cresselia, if they would have been liking to be making it the flying type, they could have. It's pure psychic. It just kind of almost showed me off a little bit. I mean, it's not like I can be thinking of a type apart from flying that would be fitting it, but it doesn't need to be. It's just like, I just don't really know what would have been there. They could have been, definitely. The only way that I can kind of be thinking that Darkrai and Cresselia would be getting secondary typings if Darkrai would be having Ghost and Cresselia would be getting normal. It doesn't make too much sense, but I could kind of see it. Yeah. Apart from flying, I don't really know what would be fitting Cresselia. But it just feels odd that it's just pure psychic. Especially thinking how many pure psychic types there was introduced. Also, that's probably the last Dupe either. It's like there would have been 4 different pure psychic legendaries introduced in Generation 4. It's not like every single one of them would be having like Levitate or anything either, you know? Nah, that couldn't be a thing. It's so stupid. It wasn't the last Dupe either. Was still one more waiting. Still one more waiting indeed. I will still say though that once we do be hitting 500 followers, there is gonna be both a DA week at some point, and I'll be adding the Pokemon community game indeed. Pokemon community game is probably gonna be sooner done because it's easier to be doing more, because unfortunately there is like busy weeks coming in, so I don't know when I could be doing it next. Like a DA week. I'll hydrate and stretch soon. Yeah, it's fine. You want to be lurking, you do be lurking indeed. Always appreciate you being here though. There is the Surskid. Stretch and hydrate then indeed. That is just meowing for no reason. uh. As one do indeed. Let's get back to Huntington indeed. There we go. Yeah, if I keep this up though, it doesn't seem like I'm gonna be hitting. Doesn't seem like I'm gonna be hitting in the 3000 on the Ultra Sun in Brooklet Hill indeed. Because I'm right now at the halfway point, so I don't think so. Because as I said before, it's in around 6.5 hour mark that I would need to be restarting my camera, and if I can, I would be avoiding it. It's not that bad to be, you know, reconnecting again and make it work, but at the same time, for like half an hour, it's too much of a hassle, you know. But we'll be getting, I would like to say, 2,900-ish. That is somewhat of a realistic number to be hitting indeed. I mean, of course, I could be getting lucky and be getting a bunch of encounters, and be getting it, or I can be getting unlucky with encounters and I can be getting even there. But progress is progress, no matter what, indeed. No matter what. But yeah. It was interesting though that Alpha Guru was so quiet this week. Like, not that many faces. Even though I will say that I don't mind it. It's not that big of a deal, I don't care. I like more quieter days sometimes in there. You know, you don't need to always be getting over a party of Pokemons of over the faces there. And to be fair, I've been, in quotes, using my luck in alphas there quite a bit. So yeah, I'm fine. I will say though that not next week, but the week after that, I think is gonna be quite busy for me. So I'm gonna try to be doing, you know, of course, streams, but it most likely is gonna be a little bit quieter week for streams because I have just so many things stacking up on there, unfortunately. And none of them are really easy to be avoiding. To be doing them, but yeah, it's not that bad. I have something on Tuesday. It's the 10th, and then the weekend. I need to be on places on 2 days, so we'll see. I will see if I have the energy to be doing a stream on Tuesday then, but if not, then not. Of course, easy as that. It's just, you know, the thing, it seems like always everything is backing up to 1 week. I mean, to be fair, on off days I do be stacking myself with a bunch of things to be doing, but it's annoying when like a week is just full of things. I mean, to be fair, I can be chilling out on the weekend anyways, even though we're gonna be going to places. I'm gonna be watching a dog, and the dog doesn't really care that much. You'll be pretty chill, but you know, there still needs to be someone watching. Is everything okay? Thanks. I dislike these dog trios so much. Thankfully, I have a guaranteed getting away card. Ghost types. Smoke ball if nothing else, but ghost type is the main reason indeed. Gotta be using that. Hello, Maractus. I thought the Axio disappeared because it's just it just did like go perfectly, just like in perfect angle, so it isn't shown that much. Also probably should be remembering next time that I'm, you know, filming the 3DS that I need to be putting it down one brightness setting. I could do it now, but at the same time I can't be bothered. It just looks a little bit better if it's one setting lower. It's just like I prefer playing it on my own. I prefer playing it on this setting. I mean, it looks better when it's now like nighttime, but it's still kind of annoying. Just an easy thing to be forgetting, indeed. I know it is like too much to be asking for, but it would be so nice if on like DS there would be just like a slider, like a physical slider that you could be adjusting, you know, brightness. It would be so nice. Indeed. I mean, to be fair, not too many devices have ever be having like a physical slicer like that. It's usually a button combination. What it do be, what it do be. I guess on Switch it's not too necessary, or on the phones, because you can be easily, like, all the time be accessing the brightness setting. I mean, I can't really know right now because, you know, in the dog, but still. If I wouldn't be in the dog mode, then I could be accessing the brightness setting on Switch very quickly. Which I also will be saying that I absolutely hate when there is a game. There is a brightness slider, but you can be seeing how it affects in-game. I hate that. Because how do I know how it's gonna be impacting the game? If I can't see it, then I need to be going back to settings. Change them, see if they're good. If they're not, then rinse and repeat after it looks good enough. Or I get like, I can't be bothered with it. I'm gonna be either not seeing anything or I'm gonna be blind because it's too bright. This, in some games, there is the thing that you can be like, there is a recommended one that it says that use like these settings and then it shows like a picture and use it until you can just barely be seeing this. They work okay. From what I have learned for me, the way I want it is to be having it, if that's the situation, a little bit higher than it's supposed to be. Because otherwise it's way too dark. But yeah. Those at least, are nice in that it at least tries to be making it nicer. And I appreciate it. I just wish more games would be doing that as well. But yeah, we did stumble across an interesting website slash store like a week or so ago. That it's like based on Japan and everything. But then they have like fully functioning, like not fully functioning, but mostly fully functioning Finnish translation on their website. There's some items that it's kind of hard to be translating, but it was certainly interesting. A bunch of different like anime and games from their like related things. And they were relatively cheap as well. Which is kind of surprising. Considering, as I said plenty of times, everything that you buy in here is stupid expensive. Especially starting on a Sunday. Because prices are gonna be increasing. Quite a bit in some cases. But... Yep. And the unfortunate part is that quite a good amount of small businesses, they are gonna be going ahead and stop like stopping their business on the 1st as well, or before it, because they can't be afford to be up anymore because of they need to be increasing prices. Unfortunately happens indeed. But the good thing is though that at least one of our biggest, like, it's grocery store, but they basically sell everything there, that they are saying that they are still trying to be keeping like the cheap one cheap. So, you know, everyone can afford at least something. They might be needing to be increasing it a little bit, but they try to be keeping it so everyone can still be buying things indeed. Especially when it comes down to food. Oh, speaking of food, we did go into the store yesterday and there was 5-day-old bread there, like the expiry date was 5 days ago. How did that slip by? For 5 days. I don't know, it might be still there. It's interesting indeed. Still the no, how? I was thinking that there is still the random encounter there, but no, it's the trio. Somehow I'm running into it. Excuse me. Excuse me. Also, I think someone is seeing me from like on top of the cliff, because I don't know what else could be seeing me right now, because everything is like facing down. Is there a mask there? There is. The daddy mask is seeing me somehow. I don't know how it is seeing, but it is seeing me. If it finds its way somehow down here, I'll encounter it. Which I highly doubt it. Indeed. But yep. Fun thing, game that you're doing. Fun thing indeed. I didn't know that they could be seeing you from up there. You learn new things. It's like, I knew that it indeed. As I said, everything that when they, like, if I encounter something, everything is watching down. So I knew it can be the mask that it's in here, because it's automatically like seeing me when I exit out of battle. But interesting. Good to know. Good to know. As I said, if it somehow finds its way down here, I'm gonna be encountering it. But unfortunately, I feel like that there is too much of a ledge there that it can't be getting through. Too much of a ledge indeed. I don't know why, but the mask's cry is so cool. I like it. Indeed. Is there another one, or is it another duck trio? I didn't see the third Pokemon really that is supposed to be in here. Oh, it is another one. It's another one of these guys indeed. Was just again hiding in just in the perfect way, so it was hard to notice. Oh, you know what would be kind of cool? I was talking about how, like, Heliolisk could be getting a Mega Evolution. You know what would be, like, if it... What if it would be the case that it would be getting a Mega Evolution and that Mega Evolution would be used as, like, a solar power... like, somewhere? Since, you know, Legend ZA is... apparently building a city. Could be kind of interesting. Because I feel like in Legends CA, it's quite likely that again, like, we are gonna be using Pokemons as help. We did do in Legends Arceus a little bit, but not that much. It was there, but it wasn't really used that much. And you couldn't really be seeing the Pokemons be helping. They were like kind of just there. So it would have been kind of cool that if they would have been like at least every once in a while be doing something. You know? So maybe. Maybe. It do be indeed be a possibility. We are indeed once again, yet another hour has passed indeed, so soon-ish once again we're gonna be having another break indeed. We will indeed. Yeah. I'll see though. It is technically a possibility. Hello. To be hitting the 3K. I don't know. I'll see what time it is once we do be hitting. That is a 900. 950 is possibility as well. We stuck trios. That's for sure. It's definitely a thing there indeed. Bunch of duck trios. They keep on being there indeed. Oh, it's a boosted one. Wherever did it go? They should be forcing it to be above ground. When you don't want them to be disappearing, they do be disappearing when you know, it is the game. If you want something, you're never getting it. If you don't want something, that's all you're getting. Indeed. funny things. Mask. I find it, by the way, so stupid and stuff that the like when there is the aura thing, only one Pokemon that is visible can be having it at a time. Like even it has been a thing on my stream before that there has been like 2 Pokemons that did have the aura, but only one of them was visibly be able to be seen with one at given time indeed. It makes sense, but it is kind of odd as well when you like can visually be seeing the aura be switching from Pokemon to Pokemon. It do be indeed. Yeah, mask. It's nice though that this route either doesn't have somewhat of a Pokemon that is stupid aggressive and wants to battle you. This is like halfway to the game though, so this could be. The only one that is aggressive is your mask, I'm pretty sure. From the visible ones at least. Maybe some more aggressive, but they are hiding in the grass. I wonder if the reason why, by the way, there is always a harsh sunlight in here, and if the answer to that is that you heat more. I wonder if that's the answer to why this place is always like this indeed. At least I have never seen this place to be without harsh sunlight indeed. It could be one of those things that at this time of the year, aka this day of the year, there is not this weather condition happening. Could be. The last encounter on Ultra Sun. Last encountering Sword before we are heading to the break indeed. It's coming in soon. I'll be getting going. Oh. Weird. Weird indeed. Getting ready to run away then, because we're gonna be getting going soon indeed. Let's run away then. Ooh. Hello. How do you trapinch? Your mask. Let's go. Always love to be seeing the target indeed. Look at the dude. Yeah, I don't really know. I suppose I don't really have a place that I can be hunting the regular mask. I don't think I have actually a place really to be hunting it. I mean, eggs with you, eggs. Ugh. Ew. Disgusting. Oh, it is literally only available in... It's literally only available in the original games if you don't want to be breeding. Or transferring it. Well, maybe. You know, one day I will say that I'll be getting a Unova game like that I can be doing that, but we'll see whenever that happens. But yeah. I guess, yeah, indeed. Interesting. Interesting indeed. I guess I have never really realized that it's the case for the regular, or you know one mask. You know one mask, you know one you mask. What are you? It's unfortunately not that surprising. I suppose there is even worse situations for some Pokemon indeed. I suppose there is indeed. And the mask is pretty bad. Oh, come on. Loda skull. Yeah, there is always bad trash, indeed. That is even in worse situation. It's always that indeed. But one day, I feel like we will be getting them as well. One day indeed. I would like to say at least, if not sooner, than in, you know, our remakes. It is indeed gonna be the case. Whenever those might be happening indeed. I'm gonna be skipping out on that because I can't be bothered to be getting back up. I mean, if it stays there, I'm gonna be, of course, encountering it, but since I did drop down here, I'm just gonna be here. I can't be bothered. Can't be bothered indeed. Nine. Not too surprised that you're still here. I mean, I'm assuming that it's the same one because usually only the furthest on the back is the one that gets replaced. If any of them. An interesting animation. I don't know, have I seen that too much? You know, the mask is kind of trying to be getting rid of the thing that is attached to it. I don't know. Have I ever seen that? It's most likely I have seen it at some point, but I definitely don't remember. But I suppose it kind of makes sense that it doesn't want to be in there. Because, you know, when your mask is kind of holding the mask, and if this dude just did accidentally kind of break into one, you know. Can see how uncomfortable that could be. There we go. Time to get out of here. Try to be getting something else than just stuck trios. That's all I'm hoping for. I mean, Axio isn't that much better, but at least it's not a duck trio. Not really a one that I wanted, and I wasn't meaning to be encountering it, but it doesn't hurt, I suppose. If it would be the one that is the 1%, I would be encountering it every single time, but since the 1% is instead Trapinch, I'm gonna be encountering it. Also, Axio is... I feel like Axio is very easy shiny to be getting in like any game. It's not in every game, but it's not like it's super rare. Like, I feel like one of the only games that it's actually rare is in Unova. I feel like that is indeed one of the only places that it actually is rare. It's not like it's rare there, it's just like in a situation that it's kind of out of the way and not the most common encounter. I mean, to be fair, it's not like it's a situation with any pseudo-legendary anyways. But still. Some more than others for sure. But one thing that they mostly have in common that the pseudo-legendary is in what is meant to be like a late game location. Even if it's Scarlet and Violet, like, you're not supposed to be, like, level-wise be going into the place that you can be finding the pseudo-legendary of the game. You can. But it will be quite different in levels. In Sword and Shield, it's still the weird situation that for whatever reason, 3P is rare. But bow Dragaload. Dragaload. Dragasold? No, Dragasold. Dragafold. You know that like any of the other line is easy to be finding. For the final evolution, there is a guaranteed spot. For the middle evolution, it's like visibly be seen. And you can only be getting access to there once you have gotten the bike, but technically you can't be catching anything before you have gotten the final gym badge. Like, you can be getting there, but you can't be catching them, so what's the idea then? To be there if you can't be catching them, indeed. Thank you for all disappearing at the same exact moment. I appreciate it. Would have been a shame if you would have been doing it any quieter, you know? There we go. It'll be better now. I don't know why, but Helioptile kind of gives me an idea that it doesn't know what to do with its hands. Like, it just feels like they're just there. It looks so odd. Indeed. Maybe it doesn't know what to do with its hands. To be fair, I feel like maybe Helioptile's design doesn't necessarily need them. But would it be odd if, like, the evolution would be getting them? Yes, but no. Because it has been a situation before. Because to look at Ghastly Line, first being in Gas Ball, then being kind of a Gas Ball with hands and then growing also legs. So there do that be indeed. But yeah, I don't really feel like it needs them. Needs them hands. But it surely do be having them. It surely do be. Oh, hello, cat. How are you? You're on the move. Gonna be going, sadly, being outside the window. Now you're going to sleep. Hello, yet another mask. Lovely to be seeing you in here indeed. Mask is another one of those like interesting shinies. Like, what part am I gonna be noticing next? Next to the first, I mean. 'Cause the body is different. It's not by much, but it is different. The eye is probably the easiest spot to be noticing it from. I feel like the lines are also pretty obvious, but they could be not as obvious, you know? But I feel like the eye is the most obvious part. It is unfortunately quite hard to be seeing, like, at first glance. You can only really be seeing it well. Like, once you have... like, once it, like, zooms in. What do you? It do be what it do be, indeed. But it technically should be a little bit easier to be seeing than Farfetch'd is. If Farfetch'd would be in this place where there is like always sunlight, I feel like it would be such a pain to try and see. Because I feel like it would be making, like, you know, especially during the daytime, everything looks so much like, you know, brighter slash yellower. More yellow anyways. And, you know, it's not the greatest of shinies, so probably would be a little bit on the harder side to be noticing. Indeed. It is quite interesting how much of a difference it can be making depending on what kind of weather it is in Sword and Shield. Some weathers make things obvious, some weathers make things questionable indeed. Was able to be getting around them to where I wanted them. There we go. Oh, there's again a mask up there. Lovely. Lovely indeed. Or a mask. Let's go. Always happy to be seeing the target if you have any. But yeah, I'll be saying it later as well, even though I've already said it as well. As usual indeed, most likely both tomorrow and on Saturday I'll be doing Dynamax Adventures since, you know, weekend and stuff. Indeed. Solgaleo most likely hitting 100 checks there. Even with like bad luck and stuff, it should be possible. Should be possible indeed. And it's indeed this weekend's goal in there to be hitting. To be hitting indeed the 100 there, if it is necessary, of course. If there's always potential that I will be finding it sooner. Indeed. As I said, up next is Lunala after that. Getting those two done. Indeed. I was kind of waiting that it would be encountering me instead. Because I was like, it's so close, it's probably gonna be doing it. No. Ah, you're silly. You're silly indeed. At least there's a nice helium tile after accidentally encountering the dog trio. Nice little buddy indeed. I still don't know what is the amount that I need to actually be running in there, but I'd rather be running too far than not far enough, you know. Rather be doing that indeed. Rather it being guaranteed that they have at least some of them, because I don't really mind if the first one, when coming from there, is not despawn, but the other ones should be. The other ones should be indeed. Of course, there's always the situation that you never know if something is actually if something have actually changed, or is it just that you're lucky enough to be getting it again. Guess that's always a possibility indeed. It is highly unlikely, but it's always a possibility that you will be getting two of the exact same Pokemons back to back. Highly unlikely, but it's not impossible by any means. Do not be indeed. Oh, that's a good tile indeed. Cool little waterfall on the background there. That I didn't really know that was there, but it surely is interesting. I don't know why, but I feel like in Pokemon there's a bunch of waterfalls. Like surely there might be like a real life location that there is decent amount of waterfalls, but I feel like in Pokemon there is a lot. I mean, there was literally a TM for, or an TM, but HM for it, so you can be climbing waterfalls. So yeah, I mean they do be looking pretty. I like them, but it's just like, at the same time, do we need that many? I don't think so. I don't. I'm gonna be saying no to them, but I feel like in real life they would be looking a lot nicer as well. Unfortunately, haven't been in too many situations where I would have been even close by to one. I've been close by to few like man-made ones. I mean, I suppose I've been near to one, but we don't really call it a waterfall, even though you could be, but it's like a special thing indeed, so it's not called a waterfall. So yeah. There do that be indeed. Like, I don't know too many places where there would be like just a small one as well. No, just a small like a waterfall. We do be having a bunch of rivers and lakes in here though. To be fair, I will say that much that Finland is quite a flat place indeed. So it kind of makes sense for that, but there is decent amount of hills in places as well. There do be indeed. I would like to say maybe another like half an hour-ish, and then I will be at 2,900. Will be my estimate indeed. Nope. And nope. So close of encountering one of the duck trios there. Jeez. Happens indeed. Happens indeed. Nice. Yeah, if I would be able to be hitting 1,000, the next 1,000 in both games, it would be needing 800 for your mask and 500 for Brutal Heal indeed. Which ain't that bad at all. It's very nice indeed. Most likely a situation, or at least we're getting close to a situation that if I would be finding a face in for the mask, that might be it for the day of there, and then I'll be just concentrating on the Brooklyn Hill indeed. But you never know until you actually find one, you know? You never truly know indeed. Mm-hmm. Oh. Probably gonna be the random one. Even though it also seems like it's so far away. Another nice amount of your masks in here. It's only 2, but it's better than none. Nice indeed. But I still do be hoping that everyone's having a good day today. If not, hopefully it can be getting better at some point indeed. Hopefully indeed. And I also do be hoping the best of luck with your hunts if you're doing any. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to be finding whatever you're looking for. Or to be getting a face at least. Hopefully indeed. But remember, indeed, do as many as you want / can, and then, you know, take a break whenever it is indeed necessary. Don't push yourself too much indeed. That's why I have my limits of my hunts that I'm gonna be doing daily / weekly. You know, still shiny hunting is meant to be a fun thing. Fun waste of time indeed, so I'll be keeping it that way myself, and I would be suggesting you to be doing so as well. It do be a game after all. There probably is, in quotes, more important things to be worrying about indeed. And as always, I do be appreciating you being here, but if you need to, indeed, do something that you need to be doing, it do be understandable indeed. Always be coming back later at some point indeed. Yeah, if we are lucky enough, in quotes, we can be getting the situation that the Brooklet hunt, Brooklet hunt will be getting be the lower number. Still, you know, I'm just happy with anything in there, so once I get something, I'm out of there indeed. I have some other things in mind that I can be doing as a side hunt if I want to indeed. Have indeed, so we'll get there when we get there indeed. Eventually it'll be happening indeed. Don't know when, but someday. Someday indeed. Winner mask. Nice. I was like about to be questioning what is that noise, but then I realized that the Axiom was starting to be yelling. I still like that. It's such a cool feature. It is probably gonna be kind of dying. It will like, since we are kind of moving into the more of the overworld things. Pokemon are still like getting around you and stuff. Like that's still happening, but they don't really like make noise like that anymore, unfortunately. It would be very funny if they would be though. I would absolutely love it. Because like it was the case in, you know, Alola, that you could be, with few Pokemons you could be interacting. And then they would be sometimes following you and stuff. But then it turned into... It turned into like Pokemon's either being aggressive, afraid of you, or curious in Sword and Shield. But they still like made the nice effects. Like they did talk to you and stuff, but in Scarlet and Violet I feel like it's not really a thing as much. That would be kind of cool if it would be more of a thing in the next game indeed. Would be very, very nice. Indeed, we're gonna be having another break-in soon, indeed. As I do be still be doing them, I'll be stopping the hunting while they are going, indeed. It's usual around 3 minutes or so, indeed. Probably be stretching my legs on this break because I've been sitting for quite some time now, so could be stretching them indeed. But you're getting on like 1 or 2 more encounters in Ultrasun, and then, you know, whatever amount that is in Sword will be getting there indeed. In Sword it could be like even 4 in lucky situations. More likely than not it's 3 max. But we'll see. We'll see. If I could even be getting an encounter in Ultrasun, thank you. I'll leave Ultrasun there though, since it did take that long. I'm gonna be also leaving Sword in this for now. Be continuing the hunt after the ad break is over, indeed. A little bit better. Anything interesting happening in Pokemon Go? Potential is there. Doesn't seem anything too interesting is going on. We'll be getting going soon indeed. Doing that. Nice. There we go. Let's run away. And immediately be resetting them, I see. Yeah, I'll see like at what time/number I'm on the other game once I hit 2,900 indeed. I'll go from there. What I do next. Do I go over a little bit more or do I be leaving it there indeed? But it's not gonna be taking too much longer to be hitting indeed the mark there. Will be quite close if all of a sudden, you know, the game doesn't decide that it's gonna be super duper slow, of course. If it decides to be super duper close, then it's gonna be taking, of course, longer. And as usual, there unfortunately isn't too much that I can be doing about it. Unfortunately, indeed. Yeah, I'm also like to be starting these out, it seems like, on the outer sides of each side. I mean, I suppose I think that, you know, it's more likely that way that at least the like on the other side in the end there will be things reappearing or respawning, whatever my thing. Not necessarily respawning. You know, there will be another like new Pokemon there. Most likely indeed. There we go. Axe you. Axe you over there indeed. Oh, I don't necessarily want to be encountering it. Okay. Even further away then. Thankfully, I will say that much that something like those duck trios, they don't have like an infinite range in the bush itself to be like appearing. Because if they did, that would be an absolute pain. I mean, they do be having quite a high radius. worse, to be fair, but at least it's not as bad as it can be with some Pokemons. This route I have noticed has the weird situation with the hidden encounters or the explanation point grass encounters. That they can be appearing weirdly. So like, there's happened a few times today that I have been running on the like bottom patch of grass, and then the upper patch of grass will be having like an explanation point encounter possible. It's nothing new. It is silly, but it's nothing new indeed. But yeah. It's interesting. There thankfully isn't too many places that I have noticed to be like that. At least route-wise. I don't think that it's too possible in the wild areas. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Funny. It's this, and then there is the one, the like very much of the grass patches that are right next to the dark gym. It's usually if there is like small patches of grass right next to each other. That's usually when it has happened that I have noticed. I mean, it is fine. It's unfortunate if you're specifically looking for something in there, but I will say though, most likely you are gonna be missing out on one or two. One or two of the random encounters, even if you're trying, because sometimes the game just doesn't want to be registering them. Or you notice them too late and they are gone by the time that you get to them. But, you know, it is what it is indeed. Probably a mask. Seems like my half an hour guess is gonna be a little bit off then. Gonna be maybe by 5 minutes. If worst luck comes to around, then it's gonna be 10 minutes. Nice. Might be a random one. Yeah. Another Heatran. Heatran, this is Heatran now. This is not Durant, this is Heatran. You know, your normal day of running into legendaries in a patch of grass. Heatmore was what I was thinking of, but Heatran is the legendary indeed. Happens. I'm surprised that honestly wasn't an encounter. I don't know how that wasn't one. I was so close to the Duck Trio there. And sometimes I have been definitely further away and I have been encountering them. What happens? Happens indeed. I was kind of thinking, since it seems like I'm gonna be hitting the numbers soon, that I'm gonna be seeing when I hit on the mask hunt. $950 encounters. See, like, how quickly I get there. If I get quick there, then I might be going indeed to 1,000 there and then leave Ultra Sancho somewhere in nice numbers. Either do like 25, 75 to 50. Most likely indeed. See, we'll see. Because we should be getting quick-ish. Like 26 more in Sword indeed. Maybe 15 minutes, maybe 20. I would like to say. Doesn't take that long because it's so unlikely that I would be getting that unlucky. I would be getting just like Axios and Duck Trios. Not one of the two things that I'm not encountering in here. Yes. Two things that I'm not encountering in here indeed. Apart from the random ones, of course. But they intentionally try to be getting them indeed. Oh, it's this Helioptile. It's insane though how many ladders there are like in the background of this. This battle scene indeed. So many of them. Like some of them are like ridiculously long as well. I wish the route would be as big as the battle background makes it be. It would be quite nice indeed. With revenge. I feel like my brother isn't that easy to be finding in this game. I know that Flygon is. I feel like my brother isn't that easy. It could be like on like Lake of Outrage in Sandstorm, I suppose. Let's check it out, actually. I'm interested. Bravo. It is indeed. It's in rolling fields. X use I specifically on shield. And Dusty Ball in max rate battles. So, not really available then. Not really available then indeed. So yeah, technically this game you need to be evolving Trapinch into Vibrava because it's max rates. Don't really want to be messing around with them if I don't need to. Because one of the only times that I have done it was because I wanted to be getting like gender differences for the decks in my original shield file. I did do it for Milotic because it's so annoying. Try to be getting a female one. Male one is the one that you usually see, you know. At least my luck is that way. I don't know if it is like that, but I have been myself seeing more males in the wild. So I did do it for the... I did search for it in the max raid battles indeed, so... Not max raid, but raid battles anyways. Or are they max raid battles? I don't know. Anyways, those things on the wild area. What do you? Tried them, but... Even though I'd rather be finding things in the wild, it's not technically in the wild because it's in a different, like, it's in the den. It's not in the wild. So there is a difference. There do be indeed. Seems like it was closer to like 10 minutes instead, but doesn't matter. Yeah, I think I will be going to 1,000 in Sword, then maybe 25 in Ultra Sun. Depends on how much I get encounters therein, but most likely it's to 2,925. Indeed. What? If they go by quickly, then maybe I'll be going to 50 there, but I could, but I'm not gonna be pushing myself that much indeed. The duck trio looked like it was squished because it was in the middle of like popping. Bobbing the ground or above the ground. It was just squished. Oh, I love it. Love it to the bits indeed. Oh, hilarious indeed. Oh, come on. Okay, well, Dark Trio anyway, so it doesn't matter. Nice. I think the middle one there is another Dark Trio. Indeed. By the looks of things, indeed. Yeah. Another one. Another Dark Trio indeed there. Nice. Oh no, the Axie was replaced by a Dark Trio. Thanks, game. I appreciate that a bunch. Appreciate that a bunch indeed. I might need to be slowing down a little bit then on Ultra Sun if this keeps up indeed. I guess I do be getting the encounters quite fast. But no, it's not that big of a deal to be slowing down in there. Doesn't make that much of a difference indeed. It's still like 9, so can be taking a while to be getting there indeed. But if it seems like it's close, then you know, the first thing that I'll be doing is taking the rubber band off indeed, and then... And if that doesn't help, then you know, take longer amount of time to be running away from things. Easy fix indeed. Easy fix. That spot really wants to be a mask, by the way. I like it, but interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Now this is as well. It's still keeping a mask there. Oh, lovely. Lovely indeed. I mean, it is the most likely to be there, so fair enough. After the next encounter, I'm gonna be taking the rubber band off, indeed. Stop, you know, pressing the B button, which technically is increasing the encounter rate. You never know, truly, is it? Even if you do testing, you know. Is this spot ever gonna be running out of your masks? Honestly. I guess it's another one. Still going. I don't mind it, but I would also at some point like to be switching a spot as well, so... Yeah. I appreciate it, but I like to be different places, even though it's not by that much. It's not by that much indeed, but... It's just getting kind of stupid about how many masks there has been in this specific spot. Another one? I'm found the mask swarm. It is specifically in this spot. Nowhere else. Now it ran out. Fair enough. Appreciate being able to be moving on to another spot for at least a little while. Oh, silly. It was quite a good amount of solid like encounters in that one spot though. It is Industrial indeed. Yeah, I'm missing for a little while for the encounters in Ultrasun, so I can be getting more of them done in... I mean, it doesn't really like slow shield down by any means, but more that, you know, I don't get too much. I'd rather always be having the last encounters around the same time, you know. So try to be going for that indeed. Yo, we're getting shiny failings into Pokemon Go. Nice. Love to see that. Would you like one more encounter for now in the ultrasound then indeed? And of course the game is gonna be giving you a bunch of encounters when you don't want to be getting punched, indeed. As I can be staring at this Surskate that there has been, I think, 3 in a row of. No, excuse. Time to head out of here and see if there is gonna be a bunch of your masks in the same spot again. Would be absolutely hilarious. But doesn't seem like it's so far. Can do the next encounter once I'm in like 85 encounters, then I stop until I'm at like 3 encounters. What are you? Still like 6, almost 6 hours indeed today, which is pretty nice. I could be going for longer as I said, but I don't want to be pushing myself indeed. So why am I going away? I haven't checked out these dudes over here, I don't think. Yeah, I haven't checked out on Trapinch. Sometimes just, you know, getting used to getting out of here. Rerolling them. Happens. Happens indeed. Your mask, your mask. Hello there, your mask. How do you be indeed? Run away. Just that far. Okay, that far is enough, okay. Good to know. Can be using that then. Some other time, good to be knowing that that far is far enough. Because I did see that this dude did spawn in. Okay. Nice. Game. Did freeze there for like a few seconds. Weirdly. Probably was again just my program. I'm not keeping up indeed. Capture card program indeed. Yes, on stream it looked quite fine. So it was most likely just on my side then. Did we find another spot for your masks? Let's go. You'll love to see that. You'll love to see the mask spot once again. Kicking in like that. Absolutely nothing. Wow, rude. How dare you? Yeah. There we go. There we go. It's another surrogate. Really? Is the last one also gonna be a surrogate? Because if that one would be a surrogate, I'm pretty sure that's the 5th surrogate in a row. That last one indeed is. Which is kind of crazy to think about, because I'm pretty sure it's on the rarer side. I mean, everything around here is about the same anyways, but I'm pretty sure it's the one that is a little bit on the rarer side, so... Luck on an interesting way, to say the least. But it is quite a normal thing for me, I suppose. Indeed. It do be indeed. Soon, if I will be finding a mask, I might be leaving it be, because, as usual, if I can, I will be encountering the first and the last encounter to be the target indeed. Or in some shape or form, I want it to be like checkable on the first. These situations are like, you know, Dynamics Adventures where I can be like guaranteeing it, but I mean, I'm still trying. The only exception is that if there is gonna be a boosted one. But thankfully a mask is relatively common, you know, that it's not that hard to be finding another one of them. Indeed. We do be soon done for the day. 800 checks on one game. I'm gonna see. 800 checks on one game and 425 on the other. And not too shabby. Not too shabby indeed. Oh, come on, I need to... Thanks, you. Curious little fella. Where I mean like that. Okay. I might be just staying in here then. If the mask is still there, I'm gonna double check after this one. It should. I don't think that I was going far enough away from it for it to be despawning indeed. Yeah. I'm gonna try my luck then on random encounters. And maybe those duck trios. Ooh, hello. More? It's the last encounter. This is so sketchy. Somehow I'm gonna add the 1001 there in the other one. And encounter the mask that has been nicely waiting there. And it's a normal one indeed. But not too bad. Not too bad at all indeed, as I said plenty of times, and as it is usual, tomorrow we'll be doing more Dynamax adventures for Solgaleo. Is the target right now. As I said, 100 is this weekend's goal to be hitting. Right. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow, if nothing changes. And thanks for watching and sticking around. But until next time, bye!